beating out 24. 35 years old, beating out the 24-year-old. Your independence
of the Sixers years gone by with the Orlando Magic.
No question about the big body, a more willing banger back in the day. Now his game's a little bit more limited, but now a perfect role player.
Brogdon taps in his own miss. Malcolm Brogdon saying earlier this week that Nate Bjorkgren really good at ATOs, also known as after timeouts, and they ran a little corner play there, and he got a tap in.
Well, call me a little biased, but I've had my days in an alternate previous life covering the D-League, and Nate and I, along with Nick Nurse, got to know each other real well. A great basketball mind. Indianapolis, Indiana is doing very well with his hire, as Tobias puts that back.
Played through contact, got his own miss. Sixers led by 4 early, and now down 4. Oladipo has looked good. He's got 5 for them. Here's a steal, though, by Danny Green. He's got 5 in a game and a quarter, and an easy layup. Danny Green, and
foul
with the Spurs, was on that second team all-defensive squad earlier in his career, and a nifty play out here. He picked his pocket.
You can see him trying to go through his legs and cross him over, put him right out in front of him, and then Oladipo trying to recover. Little contact. Green strong enough to play through it. Oladipo struck in with early fouls.
You know, when you have the ball stolen and it's out front, like sometimes even bringing it up, but that's you're really
it's embarrassing.
Everybody sees it.
Yeah, everyone sees it. Nowhere to hide.
Right. So a nice three-point play, and the Sixers climb back to within one halfway through the first. Side pick and roll. Brogdon looking for Sabonis. Ben with active hands there. Simmons all over Brogdon. Clock winding down. Stagnant for the Pacers here. Now a roll, and Sabonis inside at Dwight, but knocked away. Danny Green's going to be called. Long from three, and Aaron Holiday with 18 in the game against Cleveland the other night. Monday's their last game.
Nice little two-man game. You can see other end of the floor, Oladipo going right at Green. Danny getting a piece of it, but Oladipo able to play through it. Felt like he was fouled.
It's like Furkan has come into the game. We talk about veteran leadership. Dwight Howard saying after the early play by Maxey, Dwight Howard pulled him aside and said, slow down. Right after that, Maxey went 4 for 4. So even the big guy chiming in and helping out the rookie Tyrese Maxey. Tobias can't get it to stay down. Brogdon with the ball. Pacers by 1, 4.5 to go. Furkan has Brogdon. Oladipo guarded by Dwight. There's a mismatch. Tobias has Sabonis, but Oladipo will let it fly. Good track down on the rebound by Simmons.
Sabonis wanted that post up anytime he had Tobias on his back. They never got it to him.
Shakes in the game, can't get it to fall. Indiana takes it away. Pacers by 1. Brogdon trail 3. Too hard. Long rebound. They get it back. Victor for 3, and that's good. So long shot, long rebound, timeout. Just over 4 minutes to go, and the Pacers lead by 6. We'll be right back with more Sixers basketball. Wednesday, the 23rd, opening night, presented by CVS Health Hub. As the Sixers take on Bradley Beal, Russell Westbrook, and the new look Wizards. You'll see it right here on NBC Sports Philadelphia. Opening night presented by CVS Health Hub. The building looked great the other night. New tricks in store coming up for the opener. It won't be as special, obviously, minus the fans, but it's opening night to an unusual season, an exciting game coming up Wednesday with the Sixers and the Wizards.
Better than not having basketball at all. Basketball is back. I will take it in any way, shape, or form.
Ben Simmons, a little courtside conversation with longtime Indiana assistant Billy Bano, former UNLV head coach. Here's Ben on a drive, gets a screen. Tony Bradley has entered the game. Shake with it back out top. Mike Scott with Furkan will get a whistle and a foul on the perimeter. McDermott is in for them.
You can see the strides that Furkan has made. McDermott, not known as a great defender, obviously more of a scorer, but because of Furkan's prowess playing up on him, what does he do as soon as he gets it, Furk? Puts it on the floor, puts the pressure on the D, picks up the subtle but important foul.
So Ben, the only starter out there. Furkan from deep, 3-ball, got it.
That's what I mean. If you can, now you've picked up a foul on your guy, you've knocked down a 3 on your guy. Tell me you don't think he's on his heels right now thinking about you. So far so good for 3-0.
First 3 of the game for the Sixers. Indiana with a poor entry pass. Here's another look at that Korkmaz bucket.
Little DH off from Ben to Korkmaz, handing it off and then getting a piece of McDermott on that screen.
So Shake, Tony Bradley in his 4th year out of Carolina, comes from the Detroit Pistons, but had played with Utah. Mike in the corner, Scott with the clock winding down, spin dribble stolen by Brogdon for teammates at UVA. Malcolm to the line, 3-ball, long, hard off the back, rebound Shake. Sixers in transition, they can take the lead.
Pacers have had some bad misses from long range. 76ers though have not been able to take advantage, that time leading to a turnover, but you've got to secure the rebounds too.
TJ McConnell, of course, spent 4 years with the Sixers. In his 2nd year with Indiana, Tony got deep post up, but with 2 guys sandwiched around him, he really didn't have the leverage to leap and catch that pass. Difficult entry point to try to get it in the middle there. Turn. Their turnover.
That's a tough angle from the top. The guy has to be clearly far ahead and wide open. They tell you in the half-court set that you throw it to the wing if you want to get it into the post. That's a tough pass from high to low.
Pacers 45%, 10 of 22. Sabonis with 6 points, 6 boards. Brogdon on a drive. Ball tipped out. They'll get it back. Justin Holiday, high arcing.
Beating out 24. 35 years old, beating out the 24-year-old. Your Independence Blue Cross fearless plays.
And Mark Jackson called him a for sure Hall of Famer. I would concur. He's averaging nearly 17 points, 12 rebounds, almost 2 blocks, 8-time All-Star, not since 2014, and an early nemesis of the Sixers years gone by with the Orlando Magic.
No question about the big body, a more willing banger back in the day. Now his game's a little bit more limited, but now a perfect role player.
Brogdon taps in his own miss. Malcolm Brogdon saying earlier this week that Nate Bjorkgren really good at ATOs, also known as after timeouts, and they ran a little corner play there and he got a tap in.
Well, call me a little biased, but I've had my days in an alternate previous life covering the D-League, and Nate and I, along with Nick Nurse, got to know each other real well. A great basketball mind. Indianapolis, Indiana is doing very well with his hire as Tobias puts that back.
Played through contact, got his own miss. Sixers led by 4 early and now down 4.
Sure. Skip this ad, just like you skipped out on buying Amazon stock and Google and Apple. Lucky.
Has looked good. He's got 5 for them. Here's a steal, though, by Danny Green. He's got 5 in a game and a quarter, and an easy layup. Danny Green, and
Foul.
with the Spurs, was on that second team all-defensive squad earlier in his career, and a nifty play out here. He picked his pocket.
You can see him trying to go through his legs and cross him over, put it right out in front of him, and then Oladipo trying to recover. Little contact. Green strong enough to play through it. Oladipo struck in with early fouls.
You know, when you have the ball stolen and it's out front, like sometimes even bringing it up, but that's you're really
embarrassing.
Everybody sees it.
Yeah, everyone sees it. Nowhere to hide.
Right. So a nice three-point play, and the Sixers climb back to within 1 halfway through the first. Side pick and roll. Brogdon looking for Sabonis. Ben with active hands there. Simmons all over Brogdon. Clock winding down. Stagnant for the Pacers here. Now a roll, and Sabonis inside at the White, but knocked away. Danny Green's going to be called.
Get it up all in midair. Pretty impressive recovery from the rookie point guard.
Taza misses from deep. Furkan with it. Doubled out top, trying to play through the double team. Turned it over. McConnell got hit in the face. Batazi with it. Oh, a little no-look dish inside, and Indiana gets the field goal there with Stanley cashing it in.
Stanley, a tremendous athlete, perhaps the best athlete in the draft.
Shake with it. Boy, it's been a little choppy, a little topsy-turvy. A lot of contact on both sides.
Some awkward movement there, and you can see two former teammates getting involved. TJ doing what TJ does, being a pest, causing the turnover at the other end of the floor. Badazi to Mr. Stanley.
Shake going to the line. You often hear coaches early on talk you shin that ball. You got to be physical, keep the defense away right there. But a good trap by the Pacers. Here's Shake to the line, and we talked about it in the open. 19 points, the third quarter, really great for him in that Celtics win.
Absolutely, and what's impressive is for a young guy his age, he never looks like he's trying too hard. He doesn't let situations dictate how he plays. He's the same way all the time. As there's a good look at Dan Burke, the new assistant coach, on the sideline with Popeye Jones behind him.
TJ misses not once but twice. Bradley sweeps it out. Here comes Maxey. Sixers by 2 minutes gone by. Scott this time for 3. It's gonna count. Mike Scott knocking down the triple.
It's like, you guys can't get me on a technicality. Sure, the clock ran out, but I should have had those 3. Gets them from the other wing.
So the Sixers' threes have come from the reserves. Furkan with 2. Mike with that one. 5-point lead, largest for the Sixers. Into the lane. Martin misses. And the ball knocked out of bounds, and Indiana loses possession there as Caleb Martin lost the ball.
There's that action with Maxey crossing half court. Finds Mike Scott. Ooh, does he step out of bounds? That's awfully close. The officials looking up. Fortunate for Mike. We'll take it, though. I'm not giving it back.
Furkan. Long 2. That's no good. Ball batted out of bounds. And the Pacers will get it 35-30. Bankers Life Field. That's been a difficult place for the Sixers over the years. Indiana won 3 out of 4 last year. 2 seasons ago, the Sixers won 3 of 4. And after that victory here November 30th of 19, Indiana by the Sixers, Indiana won all 3 after that, including that first game in the restart and the seeding games in Orlando.
I think a lot was expected of this team under Nate McMillan, and I think with them exiting 4-0, something had to be different because they do feel like they've got some talent here.
They're going to get free throws. Maxey with a foul. Yeah, they've been knocked out in the first round 5 years in a row. And Kevin Pritchard, their general manager, saying that Nate Bjorkgren bringing in a whole new mindset, fresh energy. He's 23 years. He's coached at every level, as you say, really associated with Nick Nurse. Was part of that Raptors staff that won the championship 2 years ago. And he's brought a whole new look to the Indiana Pacers.
Loves the games, got a great mind for it, a new age basketball mind, if you will. And I've heard Oladipo and Turner talk about the differences thus far in the style of play, and much more modern. We're going to get up and down the floor. We're going to shoot more threes. Indiana towards the bottom of the NBA last year and in a couple years past in shooting threes, trying to change that.
Kalen Martin in his second year, and Butler made 2 free throws. Mike Scott one more time and knocks it out. Mike is really poised for a nice, what I would think he'd feel comfortable with, the phase of comeback year. He really did not have the rhythm last year. Looking for it. Here's Bataza with a long ball. That's no good. Indiana from 3 now. 2 of 15. Just 13%. Sixers by a half a dozen. Maxey gets inside the defense. Takes it in there. Man, he's got a crafty knack of getting inside.
In traffic, those long outstretched arms, able to find an alley to the basket. We saw him the other night, though. He's got a knack for those.
He's 6 of 8 all told now in these 2 games. And look at the bench points. The Sixers dominating in that area. They've already racked up 20 points as a group. They're up by 8. Furkan with it off the dribble. Korkmaz back out to Tyrese. Maxey with a long one, and that's a little bit short. Bradley, though, with a rebound ripped away by McConnell. And Indiana will get the ball.
I like Maxey, though. He's not shy. Take a look at that action again. Little two-man action. Furkan almost lost it. Gets it back to Scott. Drains it. Makes it count. Here's Maxey going between 2-3 defenders. Gets it up to the front of the rim and in.
Sabonis back for the Pacers. Seth Curry re-enters for the Sixers. And I know it's early, the phrase small sample size. That's the first jumper that Tyrese has taken. Everything else has been a floater, a runner from the elbow. And that was a deep three. Oladipo with the inside pass. Sabonis able to gather it up and score it. And Indiana trying to get their starters back in there. Brogdon, Oladipo, and Sabonis back on. That makes it a 6-point game. 7:07 to go in the second. Thibault has been in for the Sixers the last 3 trips. Curry to Bradley. They force him way out of the perimeter. Active hands for Indiana. Shot clock down to 5. Here's Scott one more time. That one off the iron and it bounds out of bounds. So the Sixers are leading Indiana 40-34. Road game final tune-up before the season opener Wednesday here against the Wizards. We'll be back on NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Hey fans, I'm Seth Curry of the 76ers. Check out these game break highlights.
He could have had a pass and a dunk.
And Simmons punching it over Tice.
Oh, look, this is the best I've seen him this year.
They are now a read and react offense.
Look at Simmons just shoves Markkanen, who's pretty strong himself, out of the way and then slammed.
Fournier dribble it off with his foot. It's picked up by the Sixers. Simmons, beautiful finish off the line.
Wide ball turnover.
Simmons has Aaron Holiday now on a switch.
Trying to clear out and take him some space.
Here he goes, and he slams for 2. Ben Simmons, first bucket of the third quarter.
The one who got the most contact on somebody, their ankle.
Simmons, and actually on the slam by Ben Simmons. Scored from beyond the arc. It's a lob for Simmons. He threw it in reverse. Compliments of Tobias Harris.
Handle on the screen, excuse me.
MILWAUKEE, a below-average three-point shooter. There's Simmons. Yes! He did it! Ben Simmons!
His defense has been pretty stellar this year, hasn't it? Oh, he's a terrific.
Smoke on the putback. Even before that injury, Mark talking San Antonio was he's the point guard. Get it up all in midair. Pretty impressive recovery from the rookie. Get it up all in midair. Pretty impressive recovery from the rookie point guard.
Taza.
2 of them have led to buckets. Let's see, 3.
A major slam by Simmons, weaving his way through the Toronto defense.
Two of them have led to buckets. Let's see, 3.
A major slam
Against Boston, just play under control. Expect more of that. Seems to be who he is as a player.
And Coach Rivers knows well, as shaking that great game against the Clippers late last season. And he said he's going to be, you can just see it. Doc Rivers was saying the other day after practice, he's going to be a very good player for the Sixers. Indiana with Aaron Holiday coming out of the timeout, able to notch a triple, just their 3rd of the game. Brogdon with the assist, 3-point game. Sixers ball. Maxey against Malcolm Brogdon. Good test here for Tyrese.
And you can see the ball movement. Nice job from Nate Bjorka coming out of that stop action. Right to left, swinging the ball. Got a good shot.
Kick out by Curry to Harris. Tobias can't get it to go. Brogdon back down to Victor Oladipo. That's long, and Maxey with a rebound. Rookie out of Kentucky, the #1 pick for the Sixers at the 21st spot in the most recent draft out of Garland, Texas. Off-balance shot, almost got it to White, turns and twists with a rebound over Sabonis and in.
What you're seeing the 76ers offensively bring a different look. A lot of quick hitting actions in transition. Not just content with bringing the ball down the court and then setting up, but setting up in transition.
Straight line drive there by Brogdon and a foul. He's going to go to the line. No help there for the Sixers as Sabonis had Howard lifted out.
And you can see the last time down, the little kick from Brogdon out to Holiday in the corner. Here, Dwight fighting for that loose ball inside. Ooh, looks like he got a piece of Sabonis as well. Inadvertent, of course, but nonetheless effective.
Dwight is 5 for 5. The Sixers are +6 on the glass. Here's Brogdon for the three-point play. And, you know, with Milwaukee, as Sabonis gets the rebound on a loose ball foul on Sabonis, Sixers will get it back. But Brogdon had that 90, 50, 40 season like 3 years ago, and that is 90% from the line, 50% from the field, and 40% from three. That is rare air shooting the ball.
No question, but he doesn't look right on that last jump shot. It's not leaving the evidence out there, if you will, the follow through as we take a look at the skirmish underneath. Sixers ball.
Sabonis is like, wait, at the other end.
I'm getting it down the other end, Rev.
And we got another whistle and apparently an illegal screen. So a turnover on the Sixers, and that I believe is on Howard, and that for the Sixers, their 11th turnover.
And you can see Coach Rivers just saying to Dwight, be cool, don't say nothing.
And Thibault trying to fight over the top of that screen, and that's a foul.
Well, what was good about that from Oladipo's standpoint, and the reason why the foul occurred, was when he's coming to get the ball from Sabonis, he doesn't leave a lot of space for Matisse to be able to slide through there. He practically leaves none, so Matisse has to have contact with the handoff guy. That leads to the foul.
Sixers by 3. Again, late clock for Indiana. Brogdon on a drive, floats it way off to the right. Offensive rebound, Sabonis. They can nick the rim, so they got a reset, but here comes Ben. Sixers with numbers.
Karch Karai and St. John Smith over there playing some volleyball.
Old school. We better update our volleyball references by about 30 years.
Those are kings of the beach.
I remember. I covered those guys. All right. So exactly 5 minutes to go in this first half. Sixers with a side out of bounds. Tobias so far in the game with 2 points, and yet another. This Sabonis Howard deal is turned into a knockdown deal, and another foul on Dwight.
And you can see why Coach Rivers was telling him earlier, just be cool, because right now Sabonis may try to bait you. Not much there, but definitely something there. Sabonis making a meal of it.
So the Sixers, Howard comes right back, but they'll call that a kick ball. But of their 12 turnovers, 5 have come here in the second.
You don't want to lose your cool. You don't want your poise to slip, and then that turns into advantages for the other team. You want to channel your enthusiasm, your madness, your rage, if you will, but don't let it hurt you.
Again, if by chance you're just joining us, there's a shot by Sabonis for 3, and that's good. And that ties it, but Dwight Howard starting to play big minutes because Joel Embiid is back here in Philadelphia, out with illness, resting. And hopefully we'll be ready for the opener as we get yet another foul on the perimeter, and this will be on Sabonis.
These two got a little under each other's skin as we take a look at the drive and kick. Howard slow to get out there. Sabonis no hesitation.
So tie game. 42 all. Sixers that have led by as many as 8. Pacers have had a 6-point lead. And now this is
getting silly.
Another foul, right?
Right now, Dwight Howard getting the better of this. But again, officials like to keep things even. So he's got to be careful now, Howard does.
3 on Sabonis. 2 on Howard. And Domantas Sabonis will go out. And we have a timeout. We'll be back here in the second quarter after this.
2 of them have led to buckets. Let's see 3.
A major slam.
Bonus with 2, and here they go again. Into the lane, and Ben gets his hand in the act. Holy man.
Well, we just talked about it prior to the commercial break, how Dwight had to be careful. He got the advantage on that last inbounds play, but basketball has a funny way of evening things out. You knew that the emphasis was going to be on him down this end of the floor, so play a little bit more carefully, more disciplined. Nonetheless, a foul on 3-9.
Hands up, hands back. Sabonis last year, first time he was a starter and made the NBA All-Star team. He set career highs with points, 18.5, rebounds over a dozen, 5 assists per game. And his 12 rebounds at a and here they go again. Into the lane, and Ben gets his hand in the act. Holy. Year, of course, his brother Drew now with Milwaukee, Justin his teammate in Indiana. Let's take a look here.
There's the little spin, trying to create some space. Holiday closing that gap, but got a piece of shake in the process.
Milton to the line, misses the first. He played almost half the game Tuesday in the win here over Boston. Did not shoot a free throw. Had 3 threes. It's Miles Turner, who's their best shot blocker. Sixers down by 5. And a foul along the baseline as Brogdon goes down. Miles Turner has not played in the preseason.
Former Longhorn right there.
Right. And then, of course, T.J. Warren is out. He's got plantar fasciitis. He may miss some early time in the season for the Pacers. Brogdon to the line for Indiana.
How can we forget T.J. Warren? That name imprinted in 76ers minds.
Yeah.
The pain he caused in the bubble.
53, right?
Oh, yeah. Just painful.
And then down the stretch in the last minute 4, he had 2 threes, and that put the game away. And that really, he then went on for the other 7 seeding games where Indiana was on fire.
So good in that bubble early on, especially T.J. Warren. Listen, I think Sabonis is in there. Even without Oladipo, they have a better chance. I don't think they get swept, but you lose both of those. That's a lot to make up for.
Sixers 15 points in the second quarter. Indiana by 7, and they rim out that 3. But here's Sabonis with a trio of Sixers around him. Tobias says, give it a rock, baby. Let's get going now. Little run for the Sixers here at the first half can tighten the gap. Here's the drive by Ben Simmons, would not be denied. Talk about a slash with the ball right to the goal.
Warm knife through butter that time. No obstacles. Ben with a great read. Easy finish at the cup.
Oladipo for 3, and that's good. Pull up at the line. Easy tray for Victor. And Indiana back in front by 8, which matches their largest lead. Simmons loses the handle. Whistle foul on Indiana in the lane. So here, let's watch these last 2 sequences.
Well, we talked about Simmons able to slice through. There's 4 defenders I see, all of them of the Matador type. And then you can see here Oladipo squaring up defender late. You're going to see a lot more of that. The Pacers utilizing the 3, Tom, this season.
Ollie, you've been through 100 shoot-arounds more, but for our listeners, for our fans, the over-under concept on pick-and-roll coverage is something that is addressed all the time. Which players do you go over on? Who do you go under on? That time, Oladipo left wide open, Sixers went underneath.
And you simply can't, especially since a guy like him has the reputation of knocking them down, and you don't want him also to have enough space created for him to be able to come down the hill at you as well. You want to be able to stem some of that momentum moving forward, if you will.
So Indiana by 7, just under 2 to go in the first half. Inside pass to Sabonis. Like I said, he slices in the lane and gets another nice feed. And Sabonis now with 16 in the first half. Boy, Simmons right there just soars above the defense in another hard driving layup. Sabonis spins. Green and Harris there to foul on the Sixers on the pass out.
Sixers with a nice response. Ben with the quick answer. But Sabonis here, Tom, really starting to put his mark on this game.
That trade, remember now, 2 years ago when Indiana was basically, their hand was forced with the Paul George trade from the Thunder, and there were other considerations, but they get Oladipo and Sabonis. Worked out well for Indiana.
The between the legs pass there from Oladipo. The nutmeg, if you will.
So the 76ers down by 8, and Sabonis now 17. Danny Palmels and Mark Jackson will have our halftime coverage. Take a look at the ball game in further detail coming up at the half. So Indiana with its largest lead, up by 9. 14 free throws, almost 80%. Sixers ball half court, 90 seconds to go. Simmons thought about a 3, gets Brogdon there, spins, jump pass out to Shake. Milton back to Danny, right side 3-ball bucket.
What a luxury it is to have a guy like Danny, or just to have multiple shooters, and then when it does get kicked out, the defense has to take away one side. You've got answers with a shooter on the other.
Foul, and I believe a kick ball against the Sixers. So 19 field goals in total, 5 of which are 3s, 8 assists for the Sixers. And a nice job by Shake drawing the defense and out to Danny Green. That's that space we talk about, and they cash it in.
Nice little drive, drawing the 2 defenders. Green catching and ready to shoot.
6-point game. Stop here would be big for the Sixers. Late first half. Brogdon on the dribble drive. Blocked by Ben. Simmons, though, on the baseline. Got him for the rear view contest.
Ben having a discussion with him about it. Just reminding him how things went. Just smearing that up against the backboard.
Yeah.
Beat, but then the great recovery.
So Indiana will get it back. The initial baseline inbound deflected. Pacers will have to hustle, only 5 to shoot. Brogdon looking, Oladipo screens. Boy, Sabonis gets wide open, spins on Tobias, but it rattles out.
Good screen by Oladipo to pry Sabonis open.
Pacers spread the floor, and Oladipo puts the spin on Shake and scores it. Man, that rebound there, that hurt the Sixers.
It did, and we talked about the offensive rebounds early in this quarter. Well, finishing up, hurting the Sixers at the end of the quarter as well.
Dozen second chance points for the Pacers. Simmons for 3. Short. No, and Brogdon will handle it. Bit of a differential. The Sixers could get it back. Ben hit 2 threes last year. Indiana by 8. As I mentioned, a little broken up. Not a lot of rhythm in the second quarter with the turnovers and the fouls.
Yeah. Ben shot that looking pretty confident, though.
Brogdon. Sabonis has been in the lane for half a week. Block, whistle, shot clock violation. Sixers get it back with 4.3. Trying to cut into an 8-point Indiana lead. It looked like Domantas Sabonis was in the lane for over 3 seconds.
And I'm noticing the frustration on Brogdon, unable to do anything against the taller Ben Simmons. Ben staying in front of him and then blocking everything.
Shake Milton at the horn. No good. It's halftime. And Indiana, after a 28-all tie after one, leads by 8, 59-51. We'll be back as Howard, Simmons, and the Sixers taking on Indiana. This is Sixers basketball. year. Of course, his brother Drew now with Milwaukee, Justin his teammate in Indiana. Let's take a look here. Of course, his brother Drew. Of course, his brother Drew now with Milwaukee, Justin his teammate in Indiana. Let's take a look here.
There's the little spin, trying to create some space. Holiday closing that gap, but got a piece of shake in the process.
Milton to the line, misses the first. He played almost half the game Tuesday in the win here over Boston. Did not shoot a free throw. Had 3 threes. It's Miles Turner, who's their best shot blocker. Sixers down by 5. And a foul along the baseline as Brogdon goes down.
Like it, and it was an awful lot of quick hitting actions there, and that's sometimes a lot to ask for a big guy who isn't, one, used to operating out there out on the floor offensively, and two, handing it off a bunch of different times. He'll get it down though.
Furkan looking for his third three.
Out of bounds.
Standing out of bounds. The Sixers put such an emphasis, all teams do now, with sidestepping, not backstepping. And to me, that is an error, very correctable error. You see, with spacing and emphasis, you've got to be able to play, obviously, play within the parameters. Unforced error. Indiana with a three from the top, wide to the left. Minute gone by as Martin missed it. Maxey shot it so well, started 4 for 4, trying to initiate the offense. Dribble drive. TJ knocked it away, but Tyrese able to get a handle on it and score it.
Able to recover, repossess, and then strong enough to get it up all in midair. Pretty impressive recovery from the rookie point guard.
Taza misses from deep. Furkan with it. Doubled out top, trying to play through the double team. Turned it over. McConnell got hit in the face. But Tazi with it. Oh, a little no-look dish inside, and Indiana gets the field goal there with Stanley cashing it in.
Stanley, a tremendous athlete, perhaps the best athlete in the draft.
Shake with it. Boy, it's been a little choppy, a little topsy-turvy. A lot of contact on both sides.
Some awkward movement there. You like it, and it was an awful.
Last time we saw him.
And it was an awful lot of quick hitting actions there, and that's sometimes a lot to ask for a big guy who isn't, one, used to operating out there out on the floor offensively, and two, handing it off a bunch of different times. He'll get it down though.
Furkan looking for his third three.
Out of bounds.
Standing out of bounds. The Sixers put such an emphasis, all teams do now, with sidestepping, not backstepping. And to me, that is an error, very correctable error. You see, with spacing and emphasis, you've got to be able to play, obviously, play within the parameters. Unforced error. Indiana with a three from the top, wide to the left. Minute gone by as Martin missed it. Maxey shot it so well, started 4 for 4, trying to initiate the offense. Dribble drive. TJ knocked it away, but Tyrese able to get a handle on it and score it.
Able to recover, repossess, and then strong enough to get it up all in midair. Pretty impressive recovery from the rookie point guard.
Taza misses from deep. Furkan with it. Doubled out top, trying to play through the double team. Turned it over. McConnell got hit in the face, but Tazi with it. Oh, a little no-look dish inside, and Indiana gets the field goal there with Stanley cashing it in.
Stanley, a tremendous athlete, perhaps the best athlete in the draft.
Shake with it. Boy, it's been a little choppy, a little topsy-turvy. A lot of contact on both sides.
Some awkward movement there. You can see two former teammates getting involved. TJ doing what TJ does, being a pest, causing the turnover at the other end of the floor. Like it, and it was an awful lot of quick hitting actions there, and that's sometimes a lot to ask.
The undrafted rookie
Has 16 turnovers in the game.
The undrafted rookie
Has 16 turnovers in the game. He's an average. Siakam, acrobatic finish, spicy P and one.
and ahead to Pascal to the rim with a slam dunk, a vicious slam dunk.
Backing down, you see Gobert right there. And good job by Pascal Siakam and the patience down there.
The undrafted rookie. The undrafted.
He was live on draft night with his son.
Such tremendous generosity on the part of Kyle Lowry, as well as the gentleman from the Tampa Bay Lightning.
The three groups starting right now, which was selected by the Tampa Bay Rays, the big brother, big sister Tampa, selected by the Buccaneers, and then the Skill Center, which was selected by the Tampa Bay Lightning. Raptors lead by 3. Here's Siakam. Now on a kick out for Matt Thomas, along with Norman Powell and Chris Boucher. Boucher, the first big, off of the bench. And a whistle and a foul. Courtney Kirkland calls a foul on Andre Iguodala, the veteran.
Matt, you could see from that possession, little ISO with Siakam in the right post. You get guys spacing out behind the arc. You also get weak side cutting action, so he's got opportunities to throw to Skip for the shooter, as well as cutters to the basket.
Matty Ice.
And that guy has a lightning quick release, coming off the weak side screen, coming right to it. Screen away, catch and shoot, splash.
KZ Okpala, the three-pointer. And it is good on the court with Adebayo. Robinson, Goran Dragic checking in along with Andre Iguodala. As I mentioned, here's Boucher over to Norman Powell. Powell back over to Thomas. Thomas. And that one is short. Raptors by 3. KZ Okpala sends it back to Iguodala.
Thomas, like Duncan Robinson, he is such a threat. Even when he's not shooting the ball, it opens up your offense because you got to guard him wherever he goes. It helps spacing.
Duncan Robinson and Matt Thomas both with, as that one rolls in for Okpala, with great stories, and both late bloomers. You think about Matt Thomas playing at Iowa State, having a tremendous career there, but having to go to Europe before getting an opportunity to make it to the NBA. And for Duncan Robinson, He started at one of the Little Ivies. He played at Williams College in Western Massachusetts. And after guiding them to a Division III NCAA title,
went to Michigan.
And went to Michigan, played for John Beeline there. But along the way, he grew. And now he is 6'7", a sharpshooter. And last year, made more threes than any other undrafted rookie in the history of the NBA.
And that 6'7", Matt, really helps because the shot challenges, he can shoot right over the top of them, and he can shoot it from deep. So it's a long way on your closeout, and most of those shots are going to be clean looks, at the very worst, semi-contested, and his stroke is just pure.
One of the great rivalries in Division III, Amherst College against Williams College. Great tradition.
All the preppies up there in New England.
Yep, got to wear button-downs and khakis, Jack. And there's a three-pointer, and it's good.
You have to wear like an ascot or a sweater, a scarf. You got to wear like walk around campus with a bathrobe and a pipe or whatever.
They are the Little Ivies.
Yeah.
And Pascal Siakam, three-pointer, but two great academic institutions.
So the professors, you have the patches on the tweed jacket, right?
Yeah.
Very.
And also, when Duncan Robinson was there, Williams was a great basketball team at the Division III level. He had to sit out a year transferring up to Division I. If you transfer down
you could play,
you could play immediately. As Matt Thomas, the foul, and
well, your son Lukey is going to be a Ivy League preppy guy at Cornell.
Yeah. A little hockey.
Yeah.
The Big Red. Drop the puck. Submit your photos and videos on social media showing us how you are enjoying tonight's game using hashtag TangerineFanAngle for your chance to be featured on tonight's broadcast. Tangerine Fan Angle. And Kyle Lowry's OG. Drive, kick, and a turnover. Raptors by 1:51 to go. Hard to believe everything, Jack, that went into getting the Toronto Raptors in such a short period of time playing in Tampa. Great feed, and pow! Banks it in.
The Raptors were awesome last year in that situation, scoring off of turnovers. You miss a shot, whatever it takes. Look at the Raptors, 11 points off of 7 Miami turnovers. Got to get to shooters, though. You make a bucket, got to get back quickly. Give Miami credit. You don't hang.
I think one of the things, Jack, that to me is going to be interesting to watch, home court advantage. The Raptors have it here at Scotiabank Arena. See the great D, the double, and the turnover.
Right ahead. Nice 2-on-1. Beautiful fundamental play, and great job by Lowry.
Raptors have one of the best home courts, if not the best home court advantage
Sell out
in the
every
NBA.
game. Yep.
Every game, crowd is into it every single night, and that's one of the reasons why the Raptors are so dominant at home. May not be a factor this year.
Well, and I'll say this, Matt. I'm convinced if there's a Game 7 in the second round against Boston last year, there's no way the Celtics have beaten the Raptors in this building. You know, the Raptors are in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. Think of that series, Matt. All 7 games, Celtics-Raptors, the road team won the game. That ain't happening if you have fans in the building. And the Raptors had earned home court. So it'll be interesting this year how things play out as we go along and you get into a playoff scenario, whether arenas will actually have fans.
Some will, as we see tonight in Tampa, 1,400 fans. Tangerine Raptors basketball tips off Wednesday with regular season action. It's the Pelicans, Zion Williamson, and the Raptors from Tampa. Coverage begins at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on TSN. The NBA lives here. Pow, 3. And it spills out. Anunoby with a rebound.
Good
and now
fight.
a whistle and a foul on the floor.
Good job by Chris Boucher winning that loose ball battle, and now the Raptors get another possession off that missed shot.
It is before, of course, Christmas, the holiday spirit, and Jack Armstrong is wearing his The best part is that we're in a practice court. It's so cavernous in here. You can hear it just echoing.
Just like his energy level defensively, offside cutting, understanding. I think, he's going to be on a better roster this year. I think he could be a good complementary piece with that second unit, Matt.
Bembry up top guarding Dragic. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Iguodala, I don't think he got it off in time. He did not. The first quarter comes to an end. Why don't you take us into break with a Christmas carol, Jack?
All right, well, the Raptors lead by 1. Silver bells, Christmas time in the city. Ring-a-ling, we'll be back in a moment. Raps by 1.
Santa's coming to town. Baines, a rugged, physical addition, Jack. You love this pickup.
Yep.
Here's a 3, Kyle Lowry. Hero gives it up to Harkless, gets it back. And Hero was spectacular last year as a rookie. And then John Calipari saw him and said, hey, how about Kentucky? And he went down to Lexington. And nice jumper there.
So he's already in shooting range, scoring range to make a quick move.
OG with the steal. Van Vliet to Kyle, and Lowry knocks it down. 2 threes. He has 6 of the Raptors' 8 points. And that'd be 26, Jack. Tied at 8. Here's Anunoby. And the three-pointer is good for OG.
Weak side cutting action, so he's got opportunities to throw to Skip for the shooter, as well as cutters to the basket.
Matty Ice.
And that guy has a lightning quick release. Even when he's not shooting the ball, it opens up your offense because you got to guard him wherever he goes. It helps spacing.
Duncan Robinson and Matt Thomas both with, as that one rolls in. Great stories, and both late bloomers. At the end of the first quarter, Raptors lead by 1, Jack, and certainly a lot of turnovers.
Yep.
Early on, Raptors have capitalized.
Sure have. 11 points off of those 7 Miami miscues, but it's good to see this guy back. The anchor, The guy who's been such a difference maker for the Raptors these last 7 years, 6-time All-Star, making the playoffs and winning a championship. He knows how to do it. Pitch ahead from Van Vliet, splash, 2 for 4 from Green. He's got 8 points to start this game off. Kyle Lowry, 9 minutes tonight. He's ready to hoop.
That he is. The Villanova product had his number 1 retired at Villanova. Tremendous program. Jay Wright won a title. Kyle was there. He wouldn't miss it. And he's been an integral part of the Toronto Raptors each and every season he has been here. And the follow by Achua is good. Precious Achua, the rookie out of the University of Memphis.
That was a nice first possession by the Heat. That little back cut that got the Raptors in rotation.
Dragic the steal. Struss lines it up, and the 3 is good. His second made 3. Went to DePaul University, had 11 points against the Pelicans. And a couple of games last year for Chicago, 2-way deal, and a 3-pointer is good. Boucher for 3.
If these teams get those shots up quick from behind the arc, Raptors have taken 15 threes, the Heat 11.
And a foul on Norman Powell guarding Kelly Olynyk.
And good passing, Matt. The ball movement gets you high percentage shots. And when you're unselfish, it makes a difference. And both of these teams doing a good job sharing the rock. Raptors with 8 assists on their 9 field goals.
First free throw doesn't go for Kelly. He was 18th last season in 3-point field goal percentage, averaged better than 8 points, 4.5 rebounds, and 86% free throw shooter. He has improved steadily over the course of the last 4 seasons. In his 7th year already.
Well, started off with the Celtics and he's had a good run.
Powell, great job getting inside, and then the ability to elevate. Tied at 29, Dragic on the inside. Iguodala with the left, and it goes in.
Good strong move that time against Boucher. Boucher kind of got caught under the rim, couldn't block that.
Miami with 15 points off of the bench. Boucher feeling it.
Well, you need that consistency this year from him, right? You don't have Serge Ibaka, Marc Gasol, your trailer. Big man has got to be able to keep the defense honest, him and Baines in particular, when you play big.
Streaky 3-point shooter.
Yep, sure was.
32% last season. Here's Olynyk, the sidestep and the 3. That's why we've talked about so much about flying out on shooters. It's tough because back in the day, everybody would step inside the 3-point arc.
Now they sidestep.
The sidestep 3. Here's OG. You got to close out. Bembry. Boucher feeling it tonight. He's on fire. Boucher.
A nice setup that time by Bembry as well. And Boucher doing a great job just sliding right into the spot where he can catch and fire.
9 points. Boucher 3 of 3 from 3. He's got a block. And now a foul is called on Boucher.
Successful offensive basketball, right? When your bigs can shoot it like this. Swing, watch Bembry, hard take. Dial it up and nail it. And you mentioned Boucher with that foul, Matt. I think that's the one area of his game. Got to clean up a little bit. Foul trouble, right? He has a tendency to reach a lot, slap. I don't mind the fouls at the rim trying to block shots. That's good because of his length. But be better in terms of playing with your feet on the perimeter in situations like this. Keep your hands in and move your feet.
Powell out and Davis in. Terrence Davis checking in. Achua up at the rim from Dragic. Boucher to Bembry. Bembry Back over to Boucher from the corner, and he misses that three-pointer.
Good action, though. Bembry set him up, set the table for him for a clean look.
Raptors with Anunoby, Lowry, Boucher, Bembry, and Davis. Struss lines it up.
Well,
wow.
I love it when you see guys like this, Struss, because he's playing for a job right now. So every one of those shots in the audition process, he's got to nail those. And when you're playing with a guy like Jimmy Butler, who attracts that second defender, right? And a guy like Dragic, who can get downhill, great screen and roll guy, and you have a guy like Bam, who's a good passer, you can get extra shooters around these guys. It always is beneficial to your team.
Bembry with a rebound out in transition to Lowry, and Terrence Davis finishes.
That ball moved beautifully, huh? Bembry, Lowry, TD. Here it is. Raptors in transition.
Timeout. Raptors down 2, 39-37. Jack's going to take us to break, singing Christmas carols, and you'll see the Raptors.
Jingle bells,
Look at this, Jack.
all the way. Oh, much fun it's to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey!
Hey NBA fans, it's Myers Leonard with the Miami Heat. It's time for a game break. Check this out.
Clock at 7. Working against Butler. Got downhill. Couldn't punch it. Bam says, get it out of here. Adebayo, sky high with the block and rejection. Butler one-on-one with Markieff Morris. Butler drives. Falling away. Got it again. Jimmy Butler puts the Heat back up by 1.
Got to be much more proficient with the basketball. Some real careless turnovers, too.
Dragic for Jones Jr. hammered it down over the top by 10. Indiana scratching and clawing to hang around. Adebayo flipping it up and in.
No.
Down by 2. Oh, Butler knocked it away. Here's Hero with 8 seconds left for 3. Yes! Oh, my! Hero with 7 to shoot. Hero, long three-pointer. Bang! Tyler Hero from way downtown. 4th-rated team defensively in the league. None! Oh, San Williams! Second to none. Miami, a second on the shot clock. Bam missed it. Jones for the dunk of the day. Oh. Here comes Bledsoe. Bam with a great block from behind. Potentially a game-saving block.
Canada's quest for gold, Jack, at the 2021 World Juniors begins Boxing Day when they kick off against their tournament action against Germany. Coverage begins at 5:30 Eastern, 2:30 Pacific, only on TSN. Future of Hockey lives here, and certainly the favorites in that tournament. How about Boucher early on?
From Montreal, 3 for 4 from behind the arc, and that's so critical for the Raptors. I mentioned before with the departure of Ibaka and Gasol. Who are those post guys that when they're out on the perimeter can make those shots and open that defense up and make it a lot easier for your offense to function in the half court? And Boucher, if he can have an improved season this year from behind the arc, 32% last year, he's 4 for 7 so far overall in preseason. I'll take those numbers any day of the week right now.
Yep. Entry pass down low. Adebayo is fouled by Davis. Raptors open up the season December 23rd against the Pelicans right here on TSN. The NBA season gets underway December 22nd.
It's Tuesday, right?
Yep.
Wednesday is the
it's
here we go.
It's all happening in a hurry. And Struss, nice cut.
Tell you what, he's played well. He's shooting it. He's aware of what his role is in the offense. He's got 9 points. I like what I'm seeing from him.
Lowry rises up to 3, short. And Adebayo with it. Struss went to Lewis and then transferred, played at DePaul, the Blue Demons. He's from the greater Chicago area, Chicagoland. It is called. The Hero sends it over to Adebayo. Handoff. Here's Olynyk with a three, and it doesn't go. And Bembry reaches up and grabs the rebound. Raptors down by 4. 7:05 left here in the first half. Boucher quickly. Lowry swings it. Davis. Oh, great look for Siakam. It doesn't go. Bembry trying to get to the glass. Davis got a piece of it. Scooped up. Bembry. Here's Siakam. Pats it around. Doesn't go. Cleared by Harkless.
Great opportunities there.
Pascal just 1 of 6.
He had 2 good looks on that possession.
Turnover and a foul.
You know, even though the Raptors didn't score that last trip, they did good things offensively. That sequence where all 5 guys touched the ball, you know, that's what you want to see in the preseason. Just that connectivity in terms of your offensive execution. A nice job off the inbound play, the high screen. And Struss does a great job cutting right down the gut of the defense. Perfect passing, good spacing.
Had 13 games last season for the Windy City Bulls of the NBA G League.
Well, he's showing something tonight.
And Toronto Raptors with a 3-pointer. It's a 1-point game.
That was from Sarasota, Matty.
You know that Florida geography way better than I do, Jack.
I've never been to Sarasota. I've only been to Tampa once in my life.
Really?
Yeah.
You went to Tampa Bay Downs, the horse track there?
No, I was there actually for the 1999
I was there too.
Final Four.
UConn against Duke at the Tropicana Field. They turned it into the Final Four.
Yeah, that's the only time I've ever been there.
Yeah.
So, you know, in Sarasota, that's where the hot shots live. I don't add up to being on that side, that coast of Florida.
That was Jim Calhoun's first title.
Rip Hamilton was on
Richard
that
Rip Hamilton. Jake Vasquez.
Jake Voskuhl, and former Raptor. He had a cup of coffee with the Raptors.
Yes. Hero. And the deep 3 is good. Jim Nance. UConn, you can was his call that night. And great Jim Calhoun. 1999. Of course, they've hosted many NCAA tournament game action in Tampa. And they'll have the Super Bowl this year.
Nice pass that time. Robinson, the Hero, and the Heat 50% from behind the arc, 9 of 18.
Jake Voskuhl out of UConn went to Strake Jesuit High School in Houston, Texas.
He sure did. He played with the player that I had at Niagara, a guy named Calvin Murphy Jr.
That was a great basketball team Strake had.
Yeah, sure was. Nationally ranked.
4-point lead for Miami. John Goodwillie, you see the assistant coach for the Raptors.
Also works with Nick Nurse with the Canadian national team.
Great job. Nice, quick, strong take by Bam Adebayo. 6-point lead for the Miami Heat. This is their largest. Bembry, Baines up fake. Back over to Bembry. Swings it. Pascal down low, and a foul on Harkless. Good recognition by Siakam as he saw Baines underneath.
Look at Hero. He's got the nice handle. The cutter occupies Van Vliet. Baines in a one-on-one coverage. And Adebayo's quickness taking advantage of it. You know, Baines is only taking 1 shot tonight. To say, well, is he not that effective? Well, the ball's not really finding him. This is definitely a perimeter-oriented game. He's just setting screens and cutting, trying to get on the offensive glass.
To your point, 21 of the Raptors' 31 shots are threes. 18 to the 31 for Miami are threes. And that 3-point attempt bounces high off the front of the rim. Hero to Olynyk, who just checked back in. Duncan Robinson gives it back to Kelly, and a foul on Bembry.
Matt, and you know, there's been a lot of discussion, you know, what Nick Nurse, what the lineups are going to look like, particularly finishing lineups. We saw this against the Celtics a little bit last year. You know, maybe playing and Anunoby and Siakam at the 5-4, whatever you want to describe it, but a smaller lineup, because as you can see tonight with all the three-point shooting, you need people that can have switchability, that can guard on the perimeter at all 5 spots, because just teams use the three-point shot so much. There's an example of that group that I just mentioned, Matt.
Yeah, second most used lineup by the Raptors in the playoffs, and it was really featured against Boston. You know, Raptors went to that, and Courtney Kirkland with a whistle and a foul.
And I would say if you played, if you played a 7-game series against Miami, or even a Boston again. Now, Boston's a little different now that they added Tristan Thompson as well, who can really pound you on the offensive glass. Good pickup, by the way. But nonetheless, I think that lineup can be effective against a lot of teams. Think about the Nets if they got KD at the 5. Now, KD's big, he's long, but still, he's more of a perimeter player. So that's the way the league's trending.
Absolutely.
Can that lineup rebound? That's going to be the big challenge.
Right, and so many, with all the three-point shots, as we know, so many rebounds are long, and you're seeing guards.
Got to chase it down.
Yeah, guards. I mean, we saw it in the first preseason game for the Raptors. LaMelo Ball had 10 rebounds, and most of them were at the free throw line extended.
And, you look at a guy like Van Vliet and Lowry, they do a good job as small guards winning those loose ball battles. They chase those balls down, and so they have the toughness and the grit in that style of play to chase them down.
Three-point attempt. Davis doesn't go. Baines unable to grab the rebound. We've talked about it so often, the positionless basketball, the way the game goes, spread the court. Here's Olynyk with a three-pointer. Drive and kick, swing. Davis. And this is something, as Siakam drills a three, from coaching at a mid-major like Niagara, a lot of the times that's the style in which you had to play, because maybe your biggest player was 6'5" or 6'6", right?
Yeah, no doubt.
And a fading three is good. Okpala. Both teams have made 10 threes. Although you did it more by necessity. Siakam knocking down back-to-back threes. He's got 9 in the quarter, a dozen starting to heat up. He's 4 or 5 from 3, Jack.
We haven't seen Malachi Flynn tonight. Yeah. I'm sure we will, because obviously Lowry getting some minutes tonight because he hasn't played. But, we talked about this in the open. You never have enough guard play in this league, and particularly point guards. So I think it's going to really benefit Nick Nurse having that extra guy that can play in there.
Davis driving, cut off, stays with it around Kelly Olynyk, and the Raptors have now cut a 7-point lead to 2 with under 3 minutes remaining here in the first half.
Well, Siakam's got him back in it with that three-point shooting barrage. He's 4 for 5 now. He's 0 for 4 inside the arc, but he's rolling behind the arc, 4 for 5. And the Raptors, Pascal Siakam, knocking down the jimmy.
It's Christmas time in the city, Jack.
You ain't kidding. Gotta love it.
Things just don't go as planned. Check the board to see some of our favorite holiday bloopers.
Where else can you get this type of drama?
Where else does history hang from the Raptors?
Where else is your own city home to your biggest rival?
And 30 feet is still in range.
Where else can a city this loud be this slept on?
Where else is history still in the making?
Oh my goodness! Where else?
this guy's put the work in. You can see the difference in the shooting. He really tailed off and had a tough time in the bubble in Orlando. But getting back on track, and this is a young man with a tremendous work ethic. He's grinded his way to where he is. He's a gym rat. He takes great pride in what he does. Was obviously very disappointed in his play in Orlando, and you knew he'd have something to say about it coming back. And I like what I'm seeing. And again, it's all going to start to matter next week. But he is a guy that's going to have an even bigger piece of the puzzle this year now with the departure of Ibaka and Gasol. And, you know, Ibaka was such a terrific pick-and-pop guy for them. Had a best year of his career last year. You know, that offense from your 4 and 5 spot, you need that consistency and productivity.
Siakam gets it back, and the three doesn't go. Baines, it's batted out. Davis got a piece of it, scooped up by Olynyk. Now, you're so right. His role grew last year in the Raptors offense without Kawhi Leonard and Danny Green, of course, and it'll grow even more this year. And you've talked about this so much, and you use internal growth, right? And you're going to see that with OG Anunoby, we would suspect, this year, Jack, with just that internal growth that the Raptors continue to have, and a Matt Thomas and a Chris Boucher.
And that's a credit to the coaching staff, too, that those guys put the work in with these guys, and the sweat equity. These guys are hungry. And, you know, it's interesting. You know, you talked before, you had the interview with Nick Nurse about the championship banner in the building. You know, if you think about it, if you're a guy like Malachi Flynn or Jalen Harris, draft picks of the Raptors, and you look up and you're coming to a championship organization, and even last year they had the second best record overall in the NBA. Hey man, there are standards here, right? If you don't do it a certain way, you ain't playing. And so to me, I think it's a great environment for young players to break into and, more importantly, develop in.
I agree with you. You know, I think when you think about the NBA, you know, certainly for so many years, San Antonio, as Davis's corner three doesn't go, San Antonio was a leader from a development standpoint. And you could always talk about a Miami. You can continually talk about Miami. I think there's two teams right now, Toronto and Miami. When you think about internal development, they do it as well as anyone in the NBA. And
you know what's interesting as well? The stability. You know, you look at the executive level, Masai Ujiri, Pat Riley. You look at Eric Spoelstra. And obviously, Dwayne Casey did an amazing job for the Raptors. Nick Nurse was part of that staff the entire time, so you weren't changing things dramatically. There were a lot of tweaks, and Nick has done an amazing job. But the, whatever you want to say, culture, the identity, the foundational beliefs have been pretty steady and consistent over these last 7+ years in Toronto.
And one of the main constants, as we know, Kyle Lowry. Lowry quickly ahead now. Here's Pascal attacking, sends it back to Kyle. He'll swing it. Davis. Van Vliet launches, and it doesn't go. Adebayo.
I tell you what, if you like to shoot, this is a fun way to play. Bang, bang, shot. Bang, bang, shot.
Raptors have only taken 14 twos, and that was the 15th two taken by the Miami Heat. Raptors down by 10. Davis, Pascal, he'll swing it. Kyle, guarded by Hero. And the three, bucket and book it. 7-point game. At halftime, we're going to get an offensive foul. At halftime, Jack, we're going to get a tour from the president of the Toronto Raptors, Masai Ujiri, in their new practice facility stationed at the JW Marriott in Tampa. And Teresa Resch
did an amazing job.
Vice President of Basketball Operations. Yeah, they did an amazing job.
Yep.
And the Raptors went on the road to Charlotte, and in just their time there, they did an amazing job getting everything ready.
Put a toonie in the floor.
They did. They got, They got a toonie looking for their second title, Jack. And of course, some of your favorite Christmas carols as well will be sung by none other than Brooklyn's own John Joseph Armstrong. One of the great nights ever in New York.
That's right.
You at the piano at a fine establishment,
Right on
singing
Fifth Avenue, Central Park South.
Singing Christmas carols.
Great job by Baines taking the charge. And don't forget, you got to get your sweater. Right?
You got to get the sweater. Got to
We
get
got the third edition of the
sweater.
ugly sweaters. Yeah, check it out. Hello, Jack. So got to get that little plug in there.
That's right.
Nice little Christmas segue.
We walked into an establishment and there was somebody with a piano singing Christmas carols, and Jack looked over there and
all hell
thought,
broke loose.
Tonight's my night. And so I said, Jack, you want me to introduce you? And he said, yes, please. So I did, and we had a fun night. Wish you were there.
And you did hand me some liquid refreshment to make sure my voice was
tuned up. Ready to go.
I'm having green tea tonight, though. Taking it easy tonight. Beautiful move on the handoff. Fred VanVleet going strong to the basket and draws the foul. And the Raptors had a tough stretch there for a few minutes, and yet here they are, only down a possession, down 3 with an opportunity to get it to 2. Raptors on a 7-0 run here to close the second quarter. How you close quarters is so important in this league. Final possession here for the Heat. Raps with a little pressure.
7 points, 7 assists for VanVleet. Here's Hero. Hero launches, and it doesn't go. Raptors down 2, 58-56. After the first 24 minutes, Jack.
Oh, you better watch out.
Oh, you better not cry. Oh,
you
sing
better
it, Jack.
not pout. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town.
In that big red suit.
He sees you when you're sleeping.
Yes, he does.
He knows when you're awake.
The Lakers, the organization that's all about winning, create winning championships, and that's the only goal.
I'm extremely proud to
the Lakers, the organization that's all about winning, create winning championships, and that's the only goal.
I'm extremely proud to be a part of this franchise, getting back to where it belongs, and that's compete for championships.
We're playing for number 17.
And Game 6 of the NBA Finals is underway.
Here come the Lakers on a 3-on-3. LeBron down the middle, behind his back, spin to the rim, left-hand layup, good.
Great start, great start, great start. Everybody rebound, touch the paint, make something good happen.
Davis fighting for it, gets the offensive rebound, back up and throws it down with authority.
Everything going right so far for the Lakers.
Here comes Goran Dragic, folks, injured in Game 1.
Dragic in running layup, and the Dragon scores with a very familiar turn the corner and lay it up and in with the left hand.
We gotta finish this quarter out now. Okay, talk on defense. No more threes. Come on, Mambo on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Every catch, every pass is contested. The Lakers look formidable tonight.
Dominant defensively. Absolutely dominant.
Let's be in attack mode, touching the paint before their defense is set. Yeah, that's what's got us where we're at right now.
Rondo gets across the lane, spins inside, left-handed layup. Oh, Rajon Rondo putting on a show. Kendrick Nunn gets down the lane, blocked by Davis.
LeBron, shovel pass, KCP, flying at the rim.
Draws the foul, banks it home, and one. Bang! The Lakers pouring it on. LA looking to push every opportunity. Beautiful pass. Caruso banks it in.
This game has completely gotten away from Miami.
LeBron looks like he wants to close this thing tonight.
James goes inside, the flush and the foul.
LeBron James has 28 points, 14 rebounds, 10 assists. Triple-double on a championship night for LeBron James.
The smiles and the emotion all over the Lakers' faces.
Crazy respect. Hell of a job today. Thank you.
Only you know what that's like in there. Hell of a job.
All the work, all the sweat, all the practices, all the travel. And in this case, all this time in the bubble ends up with what they all set out for as their #1 and only goal. And that's it. It's over. This historic 2020 NBA championship belongs to the Los Angeles Lakers. The Lakers conquer the bubble, and banner number 17 will soon hang in the rafters.
The Finals MVP is LeBron James.
I'm so proud of him, so many of these other guys. It's unbelievable. There's so many great stories on our team. Guys that they counted out time and time again. Champions. Champions.
Ain't even hit me yet.
You told me before the NBA Finals, I cannot let Kobe Bryant down.
You know, ever since the tragedy, all we want to do is do it for him, and we didn't let him down. He was a big brother to all of us, and we did this for him.
Where's the goggles?
This is why we grind. This is why we work.
He's like that. Ain't seen a duo like this in a long time.
It don't matter where it is. If you win a championship, a bubble, doesn't matter. It's one of the greatest feelings in the world. One of the greatest feelings in the world to be able to win at the highest level.
I'm Chris Miles with your NBA top plays. Number 10, Ja Morant, he's been lifting. Strong finish for the rising sophomore. It's only right that this guy's at number 9. Air Gordon time. Number 8, John Collins on the fast break. Would love to see him in a future NBA slam dunk contest. Number 7, David Nwaba goes baseline. Number 6, it's Melo with the dish for the assist. Ball to Bridges. Number 5, Mason Plumlee dropping dimes in between Thomas Bryant's legs. Get a closer look. Back-to-back on the between-the-legs passes. James Harden goes through his legs and through the defender for Christian Wood. Easy finish. Number 3, Terrence Ross gets the feed, then has some hang time on the reverse. Number 2 belongs to Richaun Holmes. In the top spot is Broderick Thomas giving out facials to the Spurs.
Hey fans, I'm Dan Adebayo. It's time for a game break. Check this out.
Baines, a rugged, physical addition, Jack. You love this pickup.
Yep.
Here's a 3, Kyle Lowry. Hero gives it up to Harkless, gets it back. And Hero was spectacular last year as a rookie. And then John Calipari saw him and said, hey, how about Kentucky? And he went down to Lexington. And nice jumper there.
So he's already in shooting range, scoring range to make a quick move.
OG with the steal. Van Vliet to Kyle, and Lowry knocks it down. 2 threes. He has 6 of the Raptors' 8 points. And that'd be 26, Jack. Tied at 8. Here's Anunoby. And the three-pointer is good for OG.
Weak side cutting action, so he's got opportunities to throw to Skip for the shooter, as well as cutters to the basket.
Matty Ice!
And that guy has a lightning quick release. Even when he's not shooting the ball, it opens up your offense because you got to guard him wherever he goes. It helps spacing.
Duncan Robinson and Matt Thomas both with, as that one rolls in. Great stories, and both late bloomers. You think about Matt Thomas playing at Iowa State. Toronto Raptors NBA championship banner now hangs in Tampa. Here's Nick Nurse.
Certainly gives you a boost. Just a little bit of juice or energy or whatever. I mean, it was like the first thing I, well, not the first thing, but the second thing I noticed when I walked in is like, hey, the banner, you know, and it's kind of cool.
Lithuanian, Mongolian, German, Greek, Polish, Mandarin, Turkish, Japanese, Russian, Hebrew, Arabic, Dutch, and looks tremendous.
Can I make a request?
Yes.
Can we have it in Gaelic?
Yeah, well.
My parents are from Ireland.
Okay.
My mom could speak a little Gaelic.
We might be able to get that in there.
Yeah, a little Gaelic.
That'd be 26, Jack. Tied at 8. Here's Anunoby. And the three-pointer is good for OG.
Raptors 3 of 8 from behind the arc. 8 of the 11 shots from behind the arc. 4 of their assists. All 4 field goals. So they're moving the ball, getting clean looks. Nice spacing so far in the offense.
Robinson, an air ball. Van Vliet looks for Siakam. Backing in, Adebayo on the bounce, doubles. Shot doesn't go, tapped out by Robinson. Here's Hero. Momentarily slipped, scoop picked up by Lowry. Adebayo in the corner. Here's Harkless. And neither team shooting it well. Raptors 4 of 12. Miami 3 of 9. Here's Baines, the three-pointer that's flipped up there, and it doesn't go. Robinson, deflected, momentarily lost. And there's Siakam, Jack. A hurried and hectic pace early on. Everybody trying to get out in transition. Some mistakes along the way as well here, and it looks like a preseason game, Jack.
Sure it does that time. Good anticipation by the Heat. Siakam drove it, threw it to the corner. We have a combined 10 turnovers here early on. And we go to timeout, and the Raptors with a 3-point lead here, first quarter from Tampa Bay.
Double comes.
All right, here's the mid-screener roll again.
Pascal got it, plus the foul. here. There's 13 players that have been in the program from a season ago that are still here. Yep. 8 from the title team, and when you think about the starting unit, it's so they know one another, and I think that's going to be beneficial here early on in the season. Do you?
No doubt, and you look at that championship banner, and it's so important, that continuity as much as you can have it, and I think guys want a bigger role. So when a Danny Green and a Kawhi Leonard left, everyone else is saying, well, there's more opportunities for me now. Well, guess what? You have the second best record in the NBA, and this guy does a great job moving the chess pieces. And you look at career years guys have had playing for him, every one of them, right? And you can even look at a guy like Kawhi Leonard coming off an injury. And a lot of questions about him. He has a great year. Danny Green, there were a lot of questions about how much he had left in the tank. He had a great year playing for Nick Nurse. So I feel kind of on their plate, and they have a
act. Yeah.
Kyle Lowry just getting into the body, going right by Hero this week. What is
Baines, and I don't think that they will, but that was one that looked as though Adebayo may have had a scissor kick here.
It looked like he
totally.
Did. Yeah.
But they're going to let it stand.
I wonder what Gavin thinks of that in the truck.
Well, let's go to Gavin in the truck. Is the word he wants to.
Just off the ground. He's calling it.
Gavin in the truck. Baines. Shovel pass. Tied.
Step right into that shot. He's so lethal. Footwork that time by Siakam, drew 2 defenders. Gotta call that.
For you, here's Kyle.
How many people using cash? Cash is king, no matter.
I was 29 the first time that I got a cell phone. I mean, here's Van Vliet, and he's going to trigger the three. Had a bio with the rebound.
Gives it right back, and Brown throws it down.
Oh,
my goodness.
Double him on the wing. Porter taking it home, and he'll hammer it home. Oh my. Woo! Kick it out.
Tangerine hopes all Raptor fans are staying safe. To learn more about how Tangerine can help you make smart decisions with your money, go to tangerine.ca.
Everybody's getting in the holiday spirit.
Absolutely.
That's awesome.
And it's a great look. And some fans in attendance in Tampa. And also at this time, you think about games, and there's so much, as you know, goes in behind the scenes to the games, and certainly all the arena staff. And, for you and myself, when we show up, we always see the same faces. Miss seeing them certainly during these times and during the holiday season. Wish them all of the best, and we look forward, certainly, Jack, as you well know, to times when we can all be back together again here at Scotiabank Arena. All the ushers and concession workers,
security and maintenance, and so many people, the ticket takers, and just so many wonderful people that work so hard and love the Raptors and the Leafs and the nights on the concerts and all the different shows that go on here at the Scotiabank Arena. Our television crew, and the folks that work in radio, and so many different folks that make it all happen. Game ops, you name it. And just, hey, we're in the people business. That's the magical thing coming to the arena every night. The relationships, busting each other's chops, having a few laughs, and sharing the ups and downs with each other. So you're in our thoughts, you're in our prayers, and we're thinking about you. We miss you, and we look forward to seeing you soon when things settle down. Please, God.
Yeah, no doubt. And, people often ask us, Jack, about calling the games remotely. Look, we're so fortunate to be able to do this, and while we're doing it remotely, look, during these times. We understand from a safety standpoint, you know, how important that is. And also just for 2 hours, 2.5 hours, to be able maybe to just kind of all leave everything out and just think about the Toronto Raptors.
I'm having fun tonight, just talking ball. You know,
no doubt.
Keeps your mind off a lot of the other stuff.
No question about it. I think everybody looking forward to 2021, right? And what that could bring. And there's word, obviously, out. Two-game schedule and forward to getting back to having fans and everyone back in the arenas, hopefully sometime in the near future.
And the fans make the experience.
Oh,
I mean,
totally.
that's the whole. That's what it's all. You know, the passion. The love they have for their team, and it might not even be the Raptors. They have, you know, they might love the Heat or the Pacers or whoever, but they got a love affair with the sport. They come and they just love they love not only the team but the sport of basketball. And we're all sharing that. We're all very lucky.
No doubt. And you think back even to the last time that was 9th on a Monday in Utah.
That was a great game in Utah.
Great game in Utah. And you think about all the fans or Raptor fans. Raptor fans are
Lake City, we time the Jazz. It's like,
yeah,
the guy, shut up, man.
In the television production truck. And then the cough button is in case you cough or you want to talk to somebody without anybody hearing you. And, of course, Jack that night was working the cough button pretty good with those fans that were right in front of us.
I should have probably
No, you didn't. No,
hey,
they were nice. I mean, you were nice to them.
Oh, they were idiots.
No, you were nice to them.
I was nice, yes.
You were very nice. It's a 4-point game with 5:17 to go. This is a preseason game.
But I missed that. I missed that.
Yeah. Well, look, you look tonight, and if this gives you any indication, right, what did Nick Nurse say to the media prior to the start of the game? He talked about getting some minutes, right? And you think about the rotations and who you see.
Yeah, only played 10 tonight.
Yeah, 10, and then also the minutes. 20 for Anunoby, Siakam 25, Lowry 24, Van Vliet 23. Bench really only 2 players in double digits with respect to minutes played up to this point, Boucher and Bembry.
Same as Eric Spoelstra.
Yeah.
I mean, they've only got 2 guys off the bench, Dragic and Olynyk, with 10-plus minutes. So kind of the same script for both coaches right now. And obviously we haven't seen the young man Malachi Flynn, who did such a beautiful job in the first preseason games for the Raptors in Charlotte.
Raptors going small here with Bembry. See how this combination works, right? You have OG along with Pascal.
And the 2 point guards.
Yeah, 2 point guards and Bembry. So instead of seeing Norman Powell in that situation, he's played 7 minutes tonight, 5 points, 3 fouls. So Bembry getting a look here with a 5-point lead for Miami and a foul.
And you know, a little bit more size, and Bembry gives you. And again, obviously Nick Nurse already knows what he has in Norm Powell. He's trying to look under the hood a little bit more with a guy like Bembry to figure out how he fits. And, you know, the interesting thing is you want to see how he plays with players of a higher caliber, and when he can be like that 5th guy on the floor with them, can he be a good complementary piece? And now Powell back in the game. Anunoby checks out.
Boucher in.
Yep.
So Siakam, Lowry, Powell, Boucher, and Bembry. Here's Bembry on the drive on a kick out. Kyle weaving his way through traffic, spinning around. Got it! North Philly's finest.
Good night tonight. 20 points, 3 assists, 6 of 12. Very efficient. Should be 22 points.
Looks great. And he's got 11 points here in the third. Adebayo with the hook.
Nice defense that time. Boucher right there with him, contesting.
As you mentioned, Bembry with some length there, able to get on the glass. Kyle short. And Dragic with the rebound. Dragic, he's going to kick it. Opala on the drive and a foul.
He's played really well for them. Like what I see from him. He shot it well from 3. He's had some good decisions. He rebounds the ball, takes it strong right there. Good-looking young player out of Stanford. And the Raptors beat to the punch that time. A little slow getting back in transition, and they paid dearly for it. You know, and it's interesting. Preseason stuff, in particular, everything's always scripted. But coaches, you know, go into a game and they talk about substitution patterns, transition groups. Who do you want to see play with who? Because then they can evaluate this stuff in the off day on film, travel right there. And, you know, obviously in a regular season game, you go into a game with an idea of how you want to roll with patterns, and then you adjust accordingly to the game, matchups, who's hurting you, who's playing well. But in a game like this, maybe you roll a little longer with a certain group or certain combinations just to get a feel for what they look like.
Nick Nurse having a conversation with Courtney Kirkland there. Top right of your screen. Dragic on the inside. And Ochoa and a foul. Precious Ochoa, the 2020 American Athletic Conference Freshman of the Year and Player of the Year.
Nice pass on the baseline there. And
played for Penny Hardaway at the University of Memphis. The Tigers.
Wow. I don't know. I thought he just chested him. I mean, a little bit of contact, but not a whole lot.
Raptors have attempted 9 free throws, just to give you a sense of Miami, Toronto, the differential. There it is on your screen, 19 for 25. Now, you could say a lot of three-point attempts. Raptors have taken 12 more threes. Powell, Kyle, Siakam making a move, doubled, finds an open Bembry, 3 doesn't go, and Olynyk's gonna quickly send it to Dragic, Jack.
And that's the right pass by Siakam, the skip to the opposite corner. Obviously, Bembry's got to be more of a consistent three-point shooter in his new location in Toronto.
Boucher running, and a late whistle.
That's
a slam dunk and a foul on Olynyk.
Nice delivery there. In transition, Norm Powell and the Raptors. Look at this right here. Good defense. Active hands. Give it back to him. Hello! Gorgeous pass that time by Norm Powell. And Boucher very active that time on Dragic. Misses the free throw. Raptors trail by 4.
Dragic on the inside. He'll send it in the corner. Opala.
He's a good player, man.
He looks strong.
He's 5 of 9 tonight from 3, but he can put it on the floor, make plays. He defends, he gets on the glass. Nose reindeer had a very shiny nose.
Yes, he did.
And if you ever saw And then you have the elephant in the room. Where does James Harden end up? You know, that could swing some things. And all the rumored teams are in the Eastern Conference. So.
And now there's it to Olynyk.
They're not too happy about the accusations.
And saying that they're false. Here's Norman Powell into the front. Yeah, it's interesting. A lot has been obviously come. Yeah, well, James, but I mean, of course, the general manager Daryl Morey considered, you know, an elite general manager, but yet that was all happening, you know, while he was there. And of course, now Daryl Morey in Philadelphia.
And Mike D'Antoni, the lead assistant for Steve Nash in Brooklyn.
Yeah, and Kevin McHale was there, and he asked. A lot of James Harden way around, Jack. You bet. And you got the hair going.
Yeah,
people are, you know, people like Jack.
I haven't been to the barber in a while, so.
You know, barbers. That is not true. And it's great to see long hair look and it's tossed up 6. In the third, and they had turned around. That is
members. Yeah. There's a lot, you know, you're kind of a displaced team. You got to move to Tampa, and that's a lot of adjustment and upheaval in your family life. So, you know, credit to all those folks for the sacrifices they're making. And here's Olynyk. terrific. 6 of 10 from behind the arc, 7 of 14 overall. I mean, got to the line 6 times. I mean, every statistical category, and more importantly, the eyeball test. Watching him, he has paid the price, as he always does in the offseason. Come in terrific shape, and he's ready to play. And Raptor fans, look at that third quarter, 14 points. Gave you 27 minutes tonight. I'd be surprised if we'll see him in a. And we're definitely not going to see him in a fourth. I think he's got slippers on, unless they're a new pair of kicks. No, those are slippers.
Well, no, they're slides.
Slides, whatever you want to call them.
There's slides.
That's what you wear out to like the pool or something.
No, you wear those. Every
Malachi
with them. Well, you know.
Guarded by Grant Williams. They spread it for Spencer Dinwiddie. And Boston gets the stop. Down by 16. Dinwiddie. Guarded by Grant.
Zach the follow and a 5-0 lead. The rebound for a Horford and Oklahoma City. That 34-year-old body revving it up into the front court. Horford on the dive to tie the game.
Passing and cutting and hitting the open man when they see it.
Billy Donovan talked a lot about turnovers the other day after the game. Kobe knocks down a 3. Zach catch and shoot for 3.
I tell you, boy, he's got a smooth stroke. You see him get after Gilgeous-Alexander on the ball. Good ball defense. Defense stayed between him and the...
Goodness, erased by the rookie. Dort had it snapped back. The hit ahead. And Carter couldn't knock it away from Gilgeous-Alexander.
He struggled for the three-point line here early in season.
Another back to Diallo.
A guy that can go out. Oh, that's a nice high hopes for him.
Get in for 2. A little pinball.
You got that offensive rebound. Sometimes, you know, when you start getting down.
Can really shoot.
And you got to get Mike Muscala
away. 11 for Zach LaVine in the ball game. Bulls within 8. Baisley 18
outside.
Very good. Up in the lane, and it rims in and out.
And so Jerry said, let me put you in the back pocket.
Issues for the
goodness, erased by the rookie. Dort had it snapped back.
Dinwiddie. Started by Grant Williams. They spread it for Spencer Dinwiddie. And Boston gets the stop. Down by 16.
Second foul on Nurkic. Millsap completes the three-point play, and the Nuggets have a 6-point advantage. 7:20 left in this first quarter. CJ looking for a man, finds Covington up top. He'll try a three, and Covington buries it.
It's like his shot follows the trajectory of a rainbow. I mean, it goes up there, drops right where you need it to the pot of gold.
Covington now 8 of 14 from beyond the arc in the preseason. Barton can't finish. CJ outside to Covington.
I like that. Oh, I like that though, George. I like him immediately driving that ball, getting his hands on this one.
Covington aggressive in the backcourt. The pressure forcing the turnover by the Nuggets, but one more pretty three.
I love his release. He doesn't extend his arm on his release. There's that fingertip control. He's looking over there. You know, having some fun with the shot. It's such a soft shot. The softer you make it like that, the higher you get it on the arc. Geometry.
That's no luck on that three. Barton.
Will Barton is on the top 5 list of Denver's all-time leaders in threes made. He's actually number 3, trailing only J.R. Smith and Michael Adams. And then he's got Gary Harris right behind him.
Blazers. Nice ball movement. Covington 3.
Hey, man, at this rate, Robert Covington's going to be on the Blazers all time if he hangs around long enough.
From outside, Barton, layup's no good. Jones control it. CJ, Chalice control. Back in that first quarter last game.
I mean, if you get caught, watch and they
Barton for a minute, drop it.
Continue his
Murray. Open look. Denver gets the stop. One thing with Denver, Lamar, it seems like all 5 players can bring the ball down in transition.
They can. That's why plays like that are created, because the quicker they can get it down, the less likely you're able as a defense to get the matchups you want, and then they might have mismatches in their secondary break.
Harris with 9 early points. Nuggets lead by 9. CJ blocked by Jokic. Jokic flips it up.
CJ moving the ball to Rodney, makes his way to Robert Covington.
9 of 16 for 56 per game off. Cantor into the lineup. Millsap backdoor cut on Carmelo.
You don't know if Millsap is about to go up and set a ball screen. You got to respect it. He can shoot it out to 3. You overplay at all, and he's gone.
Millsap with 7 points. Melo looking for Cantor. Deflected out of bounds by the Nuggets.
You know, they really force you to be in a defensive stance at all times. And that's more of like a collegiate phrase. College coaches will tell their players you got to be in a stance. You know, you don't really tell NBA players that all the time. But in a half court, if that ball's in the scoring area
for the Blazers.
Good pass. That's all you yell. Good pass. Keep it moving.
Cantor just has a knack for the leather.
Yeah, especially offensive rebounding. Hey, this is a man who loves his buckets.
Murray heads to the line. Murray with 4 points. Had 4 rebounds last game. Second on the team in rebounds this preseason. So active guards that can rebound also put pressure on your defense, especially when you're trying to close out possessions. Murray's so explosive in the playoffs for Denver. That series against Utah. Had 2 50-point games in the span of 3 games as the Nuggets came back.
Times. Got into the paint, but also we don't have the same angle once CJ makes the complete pivot.
And CJ caught Murray giving the travel sign. Murray thought it was a travel, and CJ put the shot up. Hey, defender's got his arms down.
Yeah. A little bit of complaining. Take advantage.
Interesting decision for the Nuggets. The start of Will Barton over Porter Jr. for this game. Will Barton coming off that knee injury, and Michael Malone wanted to bring him along slowly into this preseason. So Barton getting the start. Murray cross court to Porter Jr. Thought about the 3. Kicks it to Morris. Back to Jokic. His cast is off, and Porter Jr. there to tap it in.
And that's where Michael Porter Jr., he's got some of that mismatch ability as well, because he's such a threat on the perimeter. But when he gets down into the painted area, he's taller than most of the people who will be defending against him, and athletic as well.
Timeout on the floor. Nuggets with the 11-point advantage over the Blazers in the final preseason game for Portland.
Can you see it? Something good is taking shape. It starts off smooth and balanced and ends strong with a full flavored finish. There it is. $1 any size premium roast coffee at McDonald's. Good is brewing.
We make it easy, simple yet effective. That's how we do business.
the fam. I'm sure Damian Lillard welcomed him. Porter Jr. finds Unity.
The floor sign. You just take another look at Gary's bucket, though. Good recognition from Derrick Jones Jr. He saw Gary's defender over helping. And so no need to take an extra dribble. You got to get off the rock at that point and give Gary a chance to make the shot.
Hartenstein completes the three-point play coming into this game. Hartenstein was 7 for 9, 18 points in just 23 minutes. So very efficient for the third find. Derrick Jones Jr. batted away by the Nuggets. Campazzo in transition.
And it's trying to go middle to baseline with the pass, which is typically what you try to look for in the zone, but it's not available. Your weak side skip is probably open, and then here's Denver cashing in yet again.
Hartenstein closes the lid, and it's a 16-point lead for the Nuggets. Melo looking for Jones Jr. in the short corner. Melo got hit. He's dazed as he steps out to the three-point line. 8 to shoot for the Blazers. CJ up top. Morris defends. CJ sees 2. Gary Trent Jr. got to get it up. Gets a look, but it's off. Cantor there to try and chase down the rebound. Flips it out. It'll be a foul on the floor, it looks like. The officials sort this out. But we're seeing almost a trapping zone from Denver over this last possession.
Well, it looks like they're trying to really clamp down, take away any interior action. And 2 times now the Blazers have gotten the basketball to the middle. The first time it was a pass to Ennis. The second time it was Carmelo dribbling to the middle. But that zone is collapsing. So any collapsing zone is most likely giving up some type of pass, some look to the outside.
Gary Trent Jr. threes off. Cantor gobbles up another offensive rebound foul on Michael Porter Jr. So Cantor, right place, right.
And even last year, they had the second best record overall in the NBA. Hey, man, there are standards here, right? If you don't do it a certain way, you ain't playing. And even last year, they had the second best.
To get Derrick Jones Jr. before Derrick is able to take off, because he's not getting him up top.
Barton 3 is short. Covington will kick it out to Hood.
Giving Jamal Murray flashbacks.
Hood, one on.
Get Derrick Jones Jr. before.
Good. Jones Jr. just a little too late to the party with the flush. So the Nuggets, yet another impressive first quarter of basketball. They lead 41-23. Blazers still trying to shake off some of the rust in their final preseason game.
Watching the game tonight?
Next Adventure is open for winter business, online and in-store. We've got the best gear at the best prices. We've got everything you need for your winter adventure, whether you're a beginner or advanced, whether you're snowshoeing, skiing, snowboarding, or sledding. We have the right products for you at unbelievable prices. We're excited to safely have you in the Grand or Sandy stores, or you can shop anytime at nextadventure.net and pick up in-store. Next Adventure is here for you and grateful for our community.
Watching the game tonight? When Portland wins, you win. Get 40% off regular menu price online orders the day after each Portland victory. Use promo code PJHoops at PapaJohns.com. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
Listen to me each weekday, 9 a.m. until noon. All day. All freaking day.
What are the odds on that?
I'm going to get you to think. I'm going to get you to laugh. But your experience and your day is going to be better as a result of it.
Nuggets with the 18-point advantage as we get set for the second quarter. It's time now for the Pacific Office Automation stats. The Nuggets very impressive from the field yet again in the first quarter. 14 of 24 was 58%. The Blazers just 8 of 26, shooting 30%. Free throws, both teams obviously putting their practice in. Perfect from the stripe. Denver with 8 assists to Portland's 4. Hartenstein to Campazzo. The rare-made three from Campazzo this preseason.
So that's the same type of action we were just talking about on the Blazers side. The Blazers weren't in zone, but once you get to screen roll defense, you're basically zoning up behind it. So Denver got that ball to the middle and then looked weak side rather than trying to jam it down the baseline. And that was the option for Portland the couple times they tried to go middle and then get some action created from that.
Melo stripped as he goes up. Bull in transition to Morris. Back-to-back threes for the Nuggets. They've had their lead to 24.
Denver looks good. They look really good. Both of these games, it's like when Mike Malone got on them after that first preseason game, they've been a different team since that time.
We'll step aside. Blazers and Nuggets.
Holiday cooking thoughts with Aunt Gladys.
You might have the urge to drink Umpqua Dairy Eggnog right from the carton. Fight that urge. You're better than that. Send Umpqua Dairy your favorite holiday recipe, and you could win a $250 grocery store shopping spree.
The only way you beat 6-month aged cheddar toasted on the shell of a chalupa is to put it in this box. The $5 toasted cheddar chalupa box is back for a limited time, only at Taco Bell.
The mellow jumpers, no.
That extra.
Also trying to shadow Trent. Porter's got Canner. They're going to have to box him out of there. Inside, Carmelo, no. Canner right. Gosh, I just don't get it. I mean, you know he wants to get the offensive rebound.